Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Mostly gentlemen. What's going on? How's everybody doing? Don't mind this. We're really looking at this. All right, so I've already started on this. As you can see, the top is completely done. Do have to change this up. That way we can see the stuff on the bottom there. For some reason, the previous day's Modstream is still processing, which I don't get. I don't know how the fuck that's still the case. Gonna see what I can come up with here for some music. Oh yes, and iQuare has been patching some of the bugs that were introduced with one of the more recent updates, fixing the Legionnaire overlay, the Shaman, the lack of Shaman Restore overlay on affected units, and something related to the Devourer upgrade as well. What am I doing here? Not that, I want actual music. Okay. So let's get this show on the road here. Since I'm already 1/3 of the way done, should be even easier to smack this one out of the park, you know what I mean? I'm definitely a little burnt out when it comes to tiles, by the way. But we will be working on the layout for map 1 of the Terran campaign, which I'm excited about after I'm done with this. This is for iQuare. Hey. Back off. Thankfully, I think I did the more difficult ones already. I guess the cave will be... And there's a little bit of that over here too, but... Yeah, maybe they're about the same. Might be a wash. This one should be relatively trivial. Okay. I am thinking about doing some stuff in space soon, because obviously the second Zerg mission requires space tiles. And Balethal expressed some interest yesterday in doing some work on the... like on a space map that's built around an asteroid or something. And I would like to support that kind of thing in Hydra. I mean, that's the whole point, is providing more tools for map makers. So I'm totally down to do that. All right, so that one's done. Moving right along here. All right. Trickiest thing for these, and the thing that takes the most time for sure, is making sure that the depth is accurate. I've actually had to use a depth layer in this particular case, which doesn't usually happen. Now, the good thing about this one is that there's really not a whole lot of discoloration that I need to have happen over in the, what? Okay, good one. Like, I don't really need to discolor anything that's over in this area. So I don't really need to fuck with it at all. It's like one of the really nice benefits of this particular one. Like, if you look up here, I had to create like this whole layered section of increasing mask transparency as the depth continued, and then I had to have the depth layer actually active. In this particular case, maybe adding a depth layer might sell the visual a little bit more, and that might be like an improvement over the base asset or something, but I don't need to do much to have the new base texture shine through. It's not really required in this particular case, which is really nice. We're gonna lose a little bit of detail here and there, but should be all right, all things considered. Losing some of like the mounds of sand and whatnot. Try to draw around those a little bit. All right. Now I'll go ahead and grab this. Nice. All right, so just these ones to go now. Unfortunately, not too many of the, I can't copy and paste nearly as much as in the jungle one, but that's all right. I should probably change the title. Like when I check Twitch and it says that my quality is excellent. That's how you know when you're being epic, boys. When a giant platform owned by Amazon calls you excellent. I wonder what even happened to Charlie Sheen anyway after he got coked up, and I wonder if he ended up getting Me Too'd and I just missed it or what. I need to bring that guy's mentality back. Winning. The winning mentality. It's kind of weird how he was really only in the limelight, so to speak, for about all of like maybe a year. I mean, he had some clout for longer than that, but he wasn't really talked about for very long. Okay. I missed the Adonis part, but I knew about the tiger blood. What's going on anyway? How are you? Welcome. Oh, okay. Yeah, I feel like I vaguely recall something about custom maps. I don't know if it was yours or somebody else's. It's like when he was being like discussed. It was like wildfire, but that burnt out real quick. You know what I mean? Like, you know, people were talking about him. It's really weird for people to just vanish afterwards. But I don't really keep up with much. So, for all I know, he's got some hugely popular podcast or something that I just don't know about. Welcome to the time-consuming part of this whole ordeal. I don't like that we lost so much detail, but it's not really a way for me to show that over here without bringing in everything else. What's up, Veek? What's up, Icor? What's up, Mutas dozen? What the fuck? Yeah, I've never seen that medic bug before in my life. That sounds pretty epic, though. Oh, I thought there was some problem, but It was just my brain, I guess. Kind of have to line it up here. That looks about right. All right, just one more to go. Is Mutas18 actually having a playthrough of SC2? No, he's so every time I find an expansion where I start freaking out about how bad it is, he just takes a screenshot of him building a base and mining from it. Usually he builds the base in a really stupid position, even more stupid than the expansion calls for. It's a pretty good bit. I can't imagine that it's a default bug, though, just based on the fact that it's healing a command center, but maybe it is. You might be right, Ikewear. Well, he's a software engineer, right? So, at the very least, while he gets his feet wet with the code base, he could certainly assist us with developing tools or something if he was interested. I don't know what he'll be interested in doing. He's seems motivated to learn. So even if it's not like an immediate like switch on in terms of him being able to assist us, I think there will be some value in his input. He's already been helping people out with melee maps. He helped Balethal out, giving some good ideas for melee maps. So, like, the thing is, he's more than just like, it's not like he's just a programmer. He's also he's made melee maps and other maps and stuff using SEM draft. So it's like he's motivated in a way to assist in theory. Like, he'll be motivated to provide improvements to the tool sets that we have because he's actually going to be using the tool sets. That's why I described Knave as like one of those more, for lack of a better term, it's like a dangerous programmer. Knave is very dangerous in that sense, right? Because he could just drop all support and fuck off at any point because it doesn't appear that he's invested outside of the act of making tools. And, you know, like, that's very helpful while it lasts. But if you're not invested because you're going to be using the tools yourself, your tools probably won't be as robust as they would be otherwise because you yourself won't be testing them and using them day in and day out like some other people will. But also, the issue comes up when you have situations arise as a result of you just losing interest and then fucking off, right? So, like, that's a risk that we just have to take with Knave. And thankfully, we've been able to mitigate a lot of that by making our own commit of the suite. But it's the same deal with, like, Poiquert. Like, thankfully, Veek was able to pick up the slack there. Yeah, he's C# and C++. Obviously, I think he's got more experience with C#, but that won't really help him much in this environment, I don't think. I mean, maybe some of the things that he's learned, generally speaking, might end up being useful. So yes, short answer is if he sticks around and he finds his niche, he'll definitely be of assistance. And hopefully we can be of assistance for him too. I guess he's working on a game of some sort. Ninja Gaiden-like game. I've never played Ninja Gaiden, so I don't know about it. I forget what genre he described it as. I would look it up. But like maybe I can give him some voice acting for it or whatever in exchange for his assistance. Some love your spread and Mutas doesn't. Let's just say it's contagious. But I don't know if it's love. You know what I mean? It might be AIDS. Boom. Can I do animated water slash tower flowing from these pipes? There's probably some way to make that happen, if I had to guess, yeah. There should be. That would definitely be pretty neat, I think. Cool. All right, so since I've got that set up, I can throw it into the tile set. But first I gotta pee, so BRB. And I have returned. So let's chuck this stuff into the tile set. And I'll also go ahead and grab what's it called? Ah, man, that's not what I wanted to do. In addition to throwing these in here, I will be slapping together a quick brush file for this. So, iQuery, if you have any requests aside from the high dirtcliff doodads and ramps and stuff, just let me know. Let's hope that's not a easily reproducible crash. Oops. Actually, real quick, I will also grab these here and ship those this that. Okay. Well, at least I saved that time, so I have to import it again once. Oh, okay. I just DM'd you the same exact thing, yeah. I've been thinking what could be desert and natural versions of shallow walkable water. We don't have the graphics for the water yet. I can't make that shit. That's not me, man. That's DF. Crashes because there's no group selected after talking multi-select. Yeah. Yeah, so. Group multi-selection should just reset to whatever the last... I mean, once you toggle it off, it should just reset to what you have, in my opinion. The first crash, I think, was unrelated, though. I'm not sure. Oh, wait. I can, I can use some of the new stuff. We'll have men porting Rust to C++. That's what we'll have. Oh, wait, I don't have... Okay, I can't actually do that. Never mind. I was thinking I would be able to select multiple tiles within the same group, but I can't do that, so... Never mind. It's alright. Because I was going to use the mirror tool, but... Can't really do that. God damn it. Now what I can do is I can copy paste all of these down to the second layer. I think he's talking about what I was just complaining about. What kind of tile flags are you... Like, what kind of functionality is going to be enabled as a result of those tile flags? Man, that generation is so fucking nice. Saves me so much work. All right. Well, it's definitely made a lot of stuff very much quicker. Yeah, once it doesn't have as many crashes associated with it, it'll definitely be better. But I would say, yeah, for sure, it's been really nice. Megatile group select or Megatile multi select, I guess, is a better way to say it. But that's going to be a real game changer too, just on the basis of it. Finally, we will be able to easily copy and paste stuff and mirror stuff. Like, I'll be able to copy and paste like this leftmost doodad and paste it over the rightmost doodad, mirror it, and then like I'll only have to do it all once. Basically, is the idea. So that'll be really nice for stuff like what I just did now. And the only question is, does it copy everything? Oh yeah, it does over here. So. Not that it matters that much, because I'm just doing this over here. Oh, apparently I forgot to do that. But that's definitely way easier than, like, I don't have to go into the fucking text files and import a bunch of shit, you know what I mean? Oh, what the fuck? I think maybe some copy-paste errors occurred? Something happened here. What the fuck? Well, you something really just fucked up and destroyed everything. The top ones are fine. Oh no, they're not. Yeah. Well, that's kind of what I was afraid of. I was afraid of things breaking. Now I'm gonna reset the whole thing. Yeah, I gotta undo everything. Well, that sucks. I guess I'll just be doing the old method for now. Oh yeah, that could be neat. Yeah, there's a lot of potential with the desert tile set that obviously Blizzard themselves never realized. I'm hoping that by doing more tile work myself, just obviously kit bash stuff, right? Like nothing crazy. I'm hoping that that will result in more people trying to make some blends of their own in the future, so that we have more to use, you know. I don't know. It screwed up the tiles before I even started working on them somehow. Like, it screwed up the tiles that I was copying from. Wait, Control Shift H is affecting walkability tiles. Not sure about that one. So maybe it was some hotkey conflict. Okay. Have I used copy group settings? What do you mean? I did group multi-selection, and then I selected it and hit Control-Shift-C. But like I said earlier, Control-Shift-H was removing... It was removing the walkability tiles, as presumably as well as applying height tiles. So I think there might be something else more fundamentally fucked. Oh, okay. Glad we were able to figure that one out then. Okay. All right, so that's taken care of. So now we can hop over here. Select the mega tile. We can export the settings. Say dirtcliff doodads mid high. Then we can. Oh. Oops. This is really confusing looking, but it's okay. All right, and then we should be able to just import this. Import. And now all I have to do check that. Oh, that's what's happening. I see. So apply height is breaking. I thought it was breaking only on certain cases, but it's actually breaking all the time. So I just have to manually set them all up, basically. Okay, thanks. I won't be using it anytime soon, really, because well, at least not on this stream, most likely, but it's good to know that it's fixed. All right, so now I'm just going to go ahead and make sure that this tile set is fully cleaned. Cool. Nice. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I was just finished. But I appreciate you making it quick for that particular purpose. Because if I was not just finished, it would have been nice to do it quicklier. No, I don't know anybody. I'm hoping to just continue stumbling upon useful people like Eidolon and stuff as time goes on. The copy pasting pattern thing that you're talking about is probably already implemented. At least it is for groups. Like if I select one group and then I skip a selection and select the next, like not the very next group, but 2 groups down, and then I select 2 other groups that are in the same pattern and paste, it will still respect that as an example. At least I'm pretty sure that works that way. All right, so we have these doodads set up here. I'll just do the higher level now. So we'll say oh, okay. I thought I misunderstood when you had mentioned it earlier. Well, I think you always needed them for Overlord too, right? At least some of them. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a little rough to keep all that in check. But it should be possible. Right, yeah. Hey man, that's what you signed up for. But I can understand your plight for sure. All right. Well, eventually I'll add some more stuff, but for now I think I'll just add these ramps real quick. We'll see. Looks good to me. Right. Yeah, now that, well, if we end up getting unit extenders and all that other stuff, in theory you could have more game states, right? Oh man. Mutus doesn't made more expansions. SMH. Yeah, data limits are pretty fucking limiting, that's for sure. Yeah, it would have to be a real secret project. But on the flip side, Hydra's pretty well known at this point, I think. Like, most of the people who will ever know of Hydra, until it maybe gets released or something and spotlit in the future, most everybody already knows about it. You know what I mean? Hey, remember when I said I was more awake now? What a prankster I am. All right. Are you guys finally ready to start working on the Terran01 layout, dude? I am. I am ready. Let's do it. Oh, I forgot to add all of the different ones. Forgot the final 4 there. Please pardon our appearance during reconstruction. You. What's up, Ichabod? Anyone besides you and maybe me is working on a campaign at this moment? You have 3 tries to get. I mean, I know UED Commander's working on some tech tree stuff, on and off. I think he was, he's on vacation right now, so he's not really near his computer, but he did say that he was working on some stuff, so. I'm not sure. I think he wants to add naval units, yeah. It's a little wacky, but, you know, each their own. I mean, I like the idea that he's ambitious, right? But I wonder really what the point is. That's more or less always been my concern with naval units. I don't think they serve a point in gameplay. Oh, shit. There we go. Yeah, I think amphibious units could be really neat. Swimming Zerg included. But, like, that would be a trait, and it wouldn't be restricted to water, is the thing, you know? Hydrolisk swimming upgrade. Maybe the units, units that can't. I think melee units that would be amphibious would probably be better because you don't have to worry about like some asshole using his water, like maybe you have a range disadvantage if you're in water, and so maybe that's like some offset of it. But otherwise, maybe ranged attacks just don't work in water. I don't know, something like that. I could see that though. Oops. Destroyed. All right. Well, our first little outing here with the brush palette was a pretty big success, I think. Obviously, I don't have brush palette sections for all of the different blends, like the inner, like these tile blends or whatever. I don't have those in the brush, so I build around them, and hopefully everything works out. But yeah, that first little section went by pretty quick, I think. Well, the problem, Veek, is no matter what happens, naval combat units are always useless if you're not actually able to attack anything from the water, right? So you spend money on them, you take the water, and then they're dead money. And in StarCraft's case, supply as well, that are taking up parts of your ecosystem and economy. That's always been the case with naval units. So making it so that there's some resource in the water doesn't work either anyway, but making it so that there's resources in the water that are the same would at least allow some diversity there. The issue is like, I don't know. I'm not really interested in exploring that kind of thing necessarily for naval resources or whatever. It could be fine, but so the problem is if you're only restricting it so that certain kinds of units, like if you're making it a really big part of the game, and then making it so that only naval units or only amphibious units can walk through it or actually use it, it's just a series of it's like you're further fragmenting the set of units. Like you already have units that can only fly, like, and then you've got units that can only be on the ground, right? So adding another dimension to that does not help things. It just adds more information overload and more gimmick. So, and obviously, if you're just adding it as a gimmick or whatever, then it devalues the whole experience. And then if you decide to go the other way, where you have like a bunch of units have access to this sort of thing, well, then the problem becomes that you need. Suddenly, you're needing to justify the result by saying like, oh, I have all of these naval units now that are like, or all these units that can interact with water in some way, and it just becomes like a series of attempts to reduce feature creep, and like it's a problem, man. It just turns into a giant shit show pretty quickly. So I think no matter which way you slice it, it's better to avoid it. A certain small number of units, like we were talking about, where like, oh, there's an upgrade that lets them move around in water or whatever. It could, in theory, be useful, but I think it just ends up being too much of an abstraction after a certain point. Why would air units be restricted? They've never been positive. I've never played a single game where they've been a positive change. Because again, it always turns into, oh, either it's a gimmick like Red Alert 3 where every unit has to have some sort of naval interaction because that's their fucking gimmick, and then it's just boring and APM intensive. Or it's one of those situations where you've got a series of... Oh, I can't do that one. If it's not that, it's what happens in every other, more commonly, what happens in every other RTS with that employs the use of naval units. Which is that the armies end up no longer providing any value after a certain point. I'm sure players will have difficulty adapting to some of Hydra's design decisions, but I'm not fundamentally changing how units interact with terrain. As in, I'm not fundamentally changing what units can and cannot move into a previously consistent set of tiles. Which means I'm not really that worried about, like, a movement-based adaptation or whatever. I don't think that'll even come up. I haven't put them in yet, I told you. I don't have all of the write-ups for those yet. There's also going to be a higher tier infantry unit at some point. But I don't know when that will show up. Yeah, I don't know exactly how it'll work, but it'll probably be one of those things like similar to the worm, I guess, where you can add on to it in terms of size. And SCVs will be able to build structures on top of it. But that will be a little bit different. I think there will be like a central part of that unit that is vulnerable to being attacked. And like a core or whatever. We'll see what I come up with. You said that you didn't get very far with expanded hull. That's been on there for a while. But if it's not something that's even possible to implement right now, then that might be why. Oh, there it is. Yeah, ion propulsion will give them exactly what you're talking about, yeah. It's basically going to be like the aspect originally was planned to be. Except it won't be related to energy. Which obviously makes them, in theory, a lot more powerful. I wonder why we're limited to 14. As far as our selection size is concerned. Seems a little odd. Oh, I was looking for that one. Yeah, it'll be something like that. Well, that's good to know that medics refuse to do that. I guess now I can also start working on the asphalt roads that are going to be in here. I feel like we should try porting some of the desert tiles over at some point. Some of the desert cliff tiles are pretty strong, I think. Some sort of like mine shaft system or something. All right. All right. Is that gonna keep happening or what? I thought I put one up there for the ion propulsion. Oh, I guess not. Did I plug it in here? No, I guess not. Okay. What is it? 122 is auto vitality. Okay, so we have. What was 121? All right, so we got that. It's a happy accident that I didn't obfuscate the path between these two. Well, between the road that was already placed and the road that needed to be thrown down here. I am a little worried about the whole EXE thing. Bricking every time I try to add the latest shit here. To make sure that there's no ghost firegraft process anywhere. Nope, doesn't appear to be the case. It adds the A's. Yeah, it adds A's fine. But it breaks on this. I'm not sure why though, because obviously this plugin is smaller. So something in the plugin itself is fucking it up. I don't know what it would be. No, it has nothing to do with it. It added it before the same exact file name. Whatever it is, it beats me. I have no idea what it might end up being. Why would Windows just fucking put it at the bottom and then just like prank me? Turn my fucking Windows Explorer into a QuickTime event. Nice OS. All right, so we're good here. I got to do the bottoms of these, but otherwise we're good. All right. So I might add like another strip over here as well, but I don't think it would connect. I think it would be interfering over there. I am going to add this updated brush file as well, since I already worked on it for a little bit. Okay. Now that I've cleaned it and rebuilt it, maybe it'll work. No. Yeah, I don't know about this one. Zower Micro is really bad. Well, you sent me a message today, man. I'm not even playing the game. I would suggest that maybe you're copying and pasting the message and putting it into everybody who streams Starcraft, but then you probably wouldn't have made as many typos. So, not sure about that one. I kind of want to throw another ramp on this area, but maybe it's fine the way it is. I guess I can just break up some of the area later. It's a very strange issue we're running into. All right. I mean, some kind of simulation-based reality like that would be more likely at this point, I feel like. All right. Thanks for doing those fixes and updates. Appreciate it. Yeah. This one's more or less going to hinge on that change to make workers no longer provide collision in the middle of their pathfinding. There's one word that was on your mind the entire time you were watching the StarCraft playthrough. Embarrassing. It is embarrassing, man. I can agree with that. This will be a nice expansion area here, I think. I mean, you'd scarcely have to try. That's the confusing part. It's not like you gotta be that much better when it comes to the campaign. Oh, I think I accidentally undid the... placement of that ramp. I don't know how that happened. I think another thing that's accomplished by way of having the contents of the brush palette taken care of in this manner, you really get, like, you feel way less resistance to tearing out a bunch of stuff. Oh, well, whatever. I'll make a separate blend for that later. I just feel like it was different people for every step of the way, you know? I don't know why they decided to go that approach, but that's what it feels like to me. Okay. What? I like that one. Pretty accurate, I feel like. Excuse me. Wait. I have the power for this, you know. I'm still not sure where the second player ought to go. I was thinking in the bottom left, but it might make a bit more sense to station them somewhere over here. Or maybe even on here. I don't know. Not sure just yet. Suppose we shall see. Oh yeah, I should check the height for all this stuff. Alright, nice. Didn't fuck anything up. Looking good. I wonder why it's happening, though. It's really weird that it would just decide, fuck it, I'm not adding this. Oh shit, Father Eat Ass is streaming. Check him out, dude. Imagine that being a sentence. I was thinking about, yeah, Father Eat Ass, dude. What do you mean, Edward? Don't you know? How do you not know Father Eat Ass, dude? Of all fucking people. He's like the guy in the chat for Artosis. Yeah, well, here's hoping we can make something happen. Yeah, that's Father Eat Ass. I mean, I've never even talked to the guy besides the one time he showed up in my stream, but I know who Father Eat Ass is. Yeah, I don't know how that's even possible, to be honest. I guess I was using MapQuery to disable that upgrade at some point, but I can't fix that now because I'm pretty sure I can't even use MapQuery until it gets updated. I can try to start it, we'll see. It's just the number of dialogue options for editing, like, availability of extended upgrades and stuff. Oops. There's no map rendering or anything yet. Oh, okay, so it does work. End strings. Thanks. There's no reset to default, unfortunately, so... Yeah, but I didn't know if one of them was going to be a crash or an error message. Oops. This is apparently just grayed out. I don't know what's up with that. So escalations should only have one level? Is that what you were telling me a while back? Probably because it's very new and not yet finished, if I had to guess. Let's see if we can even run the map now. Hopefully this finishes before I die. Oh. Well, it says it's enabled, so hopefully it's fine. It's okay, I'll get it eventually, man. Yeah, I think it's working. See you, nerds. I'm impressed that Sienna and Scarlet were still alive, honestly. Expected them to both be dead. Oh yeah, we can take a look at this. It looks like extended mapping RS is checking dispositions, so that data probably got saved. That's not really that big of a deal. Yeah, I think it's the librs elapsed orders thing that's the most, like the largest. Custom script is pretty large too, but this elapsed time shit is pretty frequent. Yeah, there's also disposition debug data, which I assume is only active because I opened the map in MapQuery. But you never know, man. All right. I shall return in a little while. Got a BRB. And when I come back, we'll try and soldier on through and get some more work done on the mission here. Set up some more expansions and try to figure out where the Magistrate and where some of the Zerg fit into all of this. So, BRB. All right, I have returned. Set CU to 62. CU. I like that one. Okay. So, now we just need to figure out what we're doing. Trying to navigate this brush file is not the easiest thing in the world to do, given how poor my options are for actual customization. All right. Okay, so we've got that set up. I might be modifying it a little bit here and there, but we shall see. Okay. A very angry motorcycle. Okay. Definitely might open that area up a little bit. Maybe even put the resources up against that area of the cliff. But even as it stands right now, you can put like a turret or a bunker over here. You can put a turret over there, bunker here, or vice versa. You can do all sorts of shit for defending in this area. So I think it should be fine as a starting position. One sec. All right, we're back. Back in something that rhymes with back. That is not black or crack. Smack? That's also a drug. Well, in this case, the drug life chose me, you know what I mean? We need more south-facing cliffs for Coastal Cliff. I don't know why Blizzard decided to only do a few. Well, I mean, I can guess that it has something to do with laziness. But, you know, sometimes you like to change it up. Yeah, I guess that's fine. The shit I do for visual variety. Rainer's down here. There's going to be a base over here and probably on the structure over here as well, though I might end up reworking the structure. Not sure yet. And I think the Magistrate will probably be on the right side of the map. But I wanted him to be far enough away from any access point directly to Randall's base area that it, even though he would be closer to Randall as far as a response goes, that he wouldn't be immediately capable of, like, helping him out there. And if the more I push him, the more he'll be allowed to defend, cut off Randall's east side access points from Arak, which I don't really want. And also the closer he'll be to the Zerg. I want Randall to be the closest one to the Zerg. So that might end up resulting in some restructuring of this area down here so that, like, maybe Raynor is where this bit of structure is. And maybe over here or something is where the Magistrate winds up being. That'll probably be what I end up doing. Looking at it now. Hmm. There should probably be some asphalt edge stacking available, like what I was just about to try to do. What's going on? Yeah, I'm working on the first mission of the Terran campaign. Decided to remake pretty much all of them so that they could be much bigger. All right. So the nut of it is, I'm moving Raynor down over into this area, but this does make it a little bit more obvious that you should be garrisoning this section to prevent yourself from getting attacked by the Zerg. I don't really mind that makes that an obvious move per se, but something to think about perhaps. Oops. All right. That should be okay. Still not 100% sure what to do with that, but Okay. Had to vary up the some of the visuals there just a little bit. Okay. So yeah, we should be looking good over here. He doesn't have an immediately obvious natural, but that's where I think there will be a little bit of communication between the players. His natural is farther away now that I shifted him down, right? But... Okay. Okay. I think we're good here. 1, 2. I don't know if I really want to turn that into structure, though. Because it'll be out of whack with the lineups over here, right? Oh. Right, so we can do a couple of different things with this area now that we've added that, but I think the most important thing to determine here is how I'm going to squeeze the magistrate into this small area. I was thinking of sticking him over here in this corner, but generally I don't like doing that because obviously when you isolate a player up against the corner of the map, it becomes a lot more difficult to actually attack into them. My main issue with this current setup is that Raynor is super exposed unless he secures this front. Like, the main ways into his sphere of influence are rather obvious. It's like taking this very long-winded left side passageway across the two bridges, or it's going through this little canyon over here, this valley. And that's fine. I mean, the other way you could do it is you could attack him from the northeast, but the magistrate will be over here somewhere. So that will have some... There will be something there that will resolve it. But, yeah, they are. What's up, Ultra? Yeah, redoing TL1. Also added to the Repo disable code of propulsion. Yeah, it seems like we probably have to. The current playable mission is already more involved anyway, for this. I think I was showing this earlier when you were on, but basically you've got the three Terran AIs here, and then you've got the three Zerg AIs over here. And it's a 3v3. The problem is that the map is too small, really, to allow for something like that in terms of a, well, it's just very, very small is the main issue. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Igor. I didn't think it was going to be as challenging as it was ends up being, I guess. I was not expecting it to be that smashing. So anyway, like I was talking about earlier with Raynor's entrances being pretty, like the entrances into his sphere of influence are pretty out there. I think actually we should just be removing this stuff entirely, though. So I think we pull these apart and we can redesign like the front of his base to be somewhat like layers of defense or defensibility, I guess. And then we won't have to worry about that as much, I don't think. Completely finished? Well, even that one wasn't really finished, but yeah, I guess so. In that case, it was the mod that wasn't finished, I suppose. Map was fine, if very cramped. Okay. The other thing I thought about just now, since Raynor kind of does need a natural, I think we can stick one up against this little cliff over here. Maybe even if we do something like this. And that should work as a nice alternative. Okay, so that's done, and oh, I guess I should probably sort of cave that stuff in a little bit. Now the catch here with this base layout is, of course, if you don't hold the top, you can get utterly destroyed. But that's just how it works, you know? Yeah, when they spend energy, it's a little bit more warranted, but vultures won't have any drawback to it, really. It's just like a complete net upgrade to them, more or less. Okay. I am then concerned a little bit by the sort of lack of added value from this area. You know what I mean? It feels like you can't really do much when you exit this ramp or this bridge. But maybe that's an illusion. I don't remember all of those fucking monitor stats that I was looking at earlier, but so I think actually, why don't we do something like this? I should port over the coastal asphalt at some point. That would be pretty useful, I feel like. So I can actually make a few assumptions when I'm doing this. When I'm setting up this mission, right? I can assume that the first time somebody plays Hydra, they'll probably be playing as Raynor in the first mission of the Terran campaign. That assumption is just because it's the first mission, chronologically speaking. Most people are going to start there. And it's the single player slot, and most people will be playing in single player. So it'll be the default starting position, yada yada yada. So since it's like the most ubiquitous position, odds are people are going to be playing in that position. That's like a fairly safe assumption that I can make. So what I'm thinking now is, like, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to look through the setup of the map. And I don't want to handhold, I don't want to baby, but the layout is favoring the Terran player, for sure the Rainer player. The layout favors the Rainer player, probably the Magistrate player as well, because of course there's a chance that people are playing it in 2-player co-op. Maybe they're both rather new. And I think just like a short description of each starting location will quickly make people realize, oh, the Rainer should be the safest position or something like that. So I'm not really worried about that. I have not looked at any of the pathfinding functions, but I can probably start hooking them next week if you want. Yeah, extenders definitely need to be done first, and I would say the unit extender might as well too as well. Will there be any cutscenes or transmissions and maps? Transmissions, yes, but they'll be very short and to the point. There will be some early game, more involved talking during the early stages of the campaign missions, so you'll have like introduction to any new characters that might be present in the map and that sort of thing. I'm not sure how I'm going to handle repeat playthroughs, but there's going to be... So ideally, what I want to do in the briefing is, like I was talking about earlier, the mission briefing screen will be converted into, like, it's actually called the ready room in the game files, and that's what I'm going to be calling it, essentially. I'll refer to the ready room in design documentation and stuff. And what that means is, what I'm actually looking to do there is to provide tactical information, gameplay information, to the player. Here's what kind of information we have on this area, location of any allies, stuff like that. So you'll have like a map overview, right? So that'll be one section. It'll be a tactical information or battle information or something like that. It'll be called probably tactical information. It seems like a fine term for it, but maybe I'll come up with a more terse term for it in the future. Then we'll have another part that's show briefing. And that will be the transmissions from the characters, like we're accustomed to from briefings. And so you don't even need to, like, you actually have to opt into pushing a button to start the briefing. So it's not immediately there, right? So the first thing you actually have in the list is information about the battle, because it's gameplay focused. And that will give you all the information you need to know for the gameplay without needing to worry about narrative stuff. Like if you're just playing it for the gameplay experience, you can do that. Then you can opt into the briefing if you want to. I mean, you could opt into the briefing first if you want to. You can skip all of that and start if you want to. But included in the tactical information section is going to be the opportunity, in a super ideal world, I wanted to have players be able to spend their starting resources and pre-play starting structures if they have any starting resources there. So the idea being you could sort of enter into a pre-building phase where you have, say you have 500 minerals and 200 gas, in addition to your, so 900 minerals for your command center, right? And so you drop the command center and you drop however many workers you want, say 4, so that we can say that's 200. So that's 600. Now you've got 300 minerals and 200 gas. So you pre-place an armory, which is 125 and 75 right now. And then maybe you pre-place a starport if you really wanted to. Something like that. Like you would be able to do shit like that if you really wanted to do something like that. And that obviously could depend on how many resources you're actually going to be starting out with. So map makers would be able to modify it in that sense. And maybe pre-building would end up being something that could extend to PvP multiplayer in some cases if it's like some map that's like that. So in theory, that should be possible, but it sounds it by the little research that we have done on that, it's going to be a lot of fucking work. So I have no idea. But yeah, the briefings themselves will be very simple and to the point. I'll be doing a lot of dialogue and voice acting myself. Like I've already done all of the unit responses that are currently in the game, but the voice acting from stuff like Randall is going to be a new character, so he's going to have my voice acting. I'm going to be replacing the voice acting for some characters like Phoenix and Zaz, and probably some others like definitely the Overmind. So yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot in that department that needs to be done. But the briefings themselves will be fairly simple. And then if there's going to be more involved dialogue, it'll be during the opening of the mission while the player is figuring out their build order. The real issue is like when you play the mission, I think at the beginning of the mission there should probably be some flag, maybe in the ready room. There should probably be some option you can tick for minimalist dialogue, or maybe it should just be in the options menu. But I think in the campaign itself, there should be a flag that says like minimalist dialogue or something. And you just check that box if you want that, and then the dialogue is just AI transmissions like I'm expanding, I'm under attack, I'm moving out, whatever. Stuff like that, basically. And then you don't have any dialogue that's map specific. It's just the same dialogue that you would hear normally. So that'll probably end up being something that ends up... yeah, I think that'll work out pretty well if we end up doing that. Because then you can just tick that even from the get-go, and you don't have to worry about anything else. If you keep it on, then every time you play the map, it'll be as the same dialogue as before. Like maybe there'll be some variety in terms of some randomized dialogue, but like for actual dialogue events, I'm not going to write multiple versions of that. So yeah, no walls of text. Very strange. Huh? So I'm gonna redo a lot of the energy upgrades so that they're a bit more interesting. Like Ascendancy for the High Templar will eventually be the upgrade for their energy as well. So that upgrade will become a little bit more expensive, and you'll get plus 50 energy from the High Templar from that upgrade. And then I'll remove Kadar and Amulet. And the idea is so Ascendancy gives you 5 energy, gives nearby High Templar 5 energy anytime a unit is killed by Psystorm or Ephemeral Blade hallucinations. So anytime a High Templar spell results in a death of a unit, all nearby High Templar that have this upgrade get plus 5 energy. So that is a more interesting way to recharge energy in the middle of fights and actually reward positioning and scale-based usage of the abilities than just handing them plus 50 energy or increasing their regeneration passively. So why not roll the whole thing into one instead of it being a separate upgrade, right? Adds impact and purpose to the upgrade and also adds skill expression. It's very important. So that's my take on it. All of the upgrades are going to be similar to that. So the Science Vessel energy upgrade might make it so that Science Vessels get some sort of energy back when Irradiate is on them or something. Like they somehow Irradiate itself increases their energy regen. I guess that wouldn't really work because Radiation Shockwave EMPs and deals damage to energy and shields. And it obviously doesn't care about alliances or anything like that. So that in particular wouldn't work, but then that would obviously encourage eraser plays. I think the idea would be that there's got to be some way for the energy thing to be more impactful, more interesting. And I'm trying to think of what else might be there. Like maybe the Savant energy upgrade increases the energy given by reactor discharge or something like that. But the energy upgrades should provide some sort of way to gain persistent value from the unit. Or gain more value from the unit if you're using them well. It shouldn't just be, here's some more energy for you. I was also thinking that maybe morphing to augur by the High Templar might require energy itself. Like it might require 150 energy or something. So you can't just do it at the last second. I think that would be an interesting cost. How will Eye for an Eye play out? So Eye for an Eye is the mission where you have to defend 3 beacons from having Dark Templar walk over them. It's a very stupid mission, much like all of the other missions. In this particular case, I think there might end up being some Renegade Zerg as an extra free-for-all element, but for the most part, you're going to be seeing Dark Templar, Zeratul forces, and then there's like a new Dark Templar character that's going to complement Zeratul's forces, and those two will be the main enemies, while you and like the 2 Zerg Cerebrits are going to be the main players. So that'll be a 2v2v1, I think. I might find a way to squeeze in some more players so that it's more involved. Let me take a look at the AI file, because I already had figured some of this out. Okay, so it looks like Daggeth was slated to come in, as well as Salamir and Tassadar. So Salamir was a character that I threw in that's Tassadar's ally. So actually, I guess I initially planned this to be a 3v4. But I'm not sure about that. I don't remember this password, man. What's up, Meow? Hey, did you jump into the server and not fill out the form, by the way? Because I saw Meow Fur in the server, but it seems whoever that is failed the literacy check. How will I remake the lifeless micro missions? They're not going to be micro, they're going to be macro. That's one of the reasons why we want to make installation and have it so that installation tiles block air pathing, so that air units will have to path into the same openings as ground units. Maybe there'll be some air-only openings, like holes in the ceiling or something, that air units will be able to path into, but making it more like I guess like a cave system almost, will be how we handle the interiors. And then the installation themselves, like those installation tiles, will become part of the overall tile set, and like I've already added them to the Badlands tile set, for example. So in the Badlands tile set, you've got a bunch of shit that you can do. You can throw in some installation tiles, and that becomes like the part of the map that is the Jacobs installation in the first micro mission, for example, the mission that's actually called the Jacobs installation. So in that map, I'll actually be building that installation as part of the map, and then outside of the map, it'll be Badlands terrain, or something like that. Amerigo will be space station and installation, space platform. And there will be like Zerg on the outside, and Terrans inside, and maybe I'll throw in a Protoss because I like FFAs. I mean, just imagine the idea that Blizzard gave up the opportunity to actually make it so that they could set an entire mission on the outer hull of a spacecraft. Like, I want to do crazy shit with the layout, like the settings of missions when I get to my own RTS, and I have a bit more artistic control, like as far as the direction of things is concerned. Like, I want to be able to throw down, like, you're inside a Zerg hive. Like, obviously, there's not Zerg in my project, but like, yeah, you're just inside this giant structure. Like, that's your mission setting. Like, why can't you do something like that? And then maybe there's some art part of it where you can, burst through and into the outside world or whatever. If you smash some destructible walls, some colons, some giant intestines. Like, I don't see why you can't do something like that. Seems reasonable to me. Oh, that reminds me. I've got to grab the GPU. Oh, I guess the Radeon 580 is... That's the same GPU that I had before. Amerigo was the installation mission where Kerrigan gets Psystorm. Yeah, interior of a giant Templar Nexus. That would be really nice. Yeah, inside a giant spacecraft, that could work too. Would be epic. No, there's no hero units, you goofball. What do you take me for anyway? Hopefully not. Glad you guys are in agreement. All right. Progress has been a little slow today, I gotta admit. I think I'm still recovering from being so fucking exhausted from yesterday. Well, apparently there were some, like, since it was a Dominion border world, they just decided to throw down some Terrans there, and they built an installation. That I agree that it doesn't make sense to have something like that, but I don't care about the story. That's not why I'm making Hydra, so for me it's just like, there's a Terran installation on shore. Have fun. Don't talk about Spear of Anu. What's wrong with you? Oh yeah, I guess it was a Confederate planet. I forgot about that detail. It is kind of funny to me though that Hydra's gimmick, like Spider was talking about this earlier, is like people will be expecting some sort of hook or gimmick. Hydra's gimmick is that it has no gimmicks. Like that's what sets it apart. It's just that it's just a straightforward RTS experience. Yeah, true. Yeah. Yeah. Why is there a $1,300 video card? Why? Don't I have like a device manager or something? There you go. Remove what? A's? I feel like I missed something. MSI Gaming X! How embarrassing. Oh. Unit RS line 662, huh? xd.rsu. What is this? Oh. Oh, okay. All right. You. Shaman gimmick. What was Shaman gimmick? Yeah, I'll be doing one after the stream. I just gotta eat something and then I'll probably get on it. In fact, I'm probably closing this shop up pretty soon. Yeah, it's already almost been 4 hours. I thought I was going to have to do a CSGO podcast, which is why I rescheduled Fraud Morning for Tuesday instead of today. And of course, they rescheduled. Nice guys. Fuck them. Oh, right. I remember that. Oh no, I know what you meant, Spider. Gimmick is like used in a different way around this community, I suppose. But I knew what you were talking about. I just think it's funny. Like I wasn't like ragging on you. I actually think it's hilarious that we have this project where what surprises people, what sets it apart is that it's so straightforward. That's by design though. I'm pretty sure everything will be introduced in the first mission. I've been thinking about this a lot, and I don't see a reason to withhold tech. And obviously people are going to get overwhelmed if they try to get everything done. But the only reason to disable tech would be for narrative purposes. And like I said, I don't care about the narrative. So I think giving people the opportunity to go all the way to tier 5 from the first mission allows them to potentially, depending on their interest in exploration, they should be able to check out all sorts of stuff. They should be able to decide, oh wait, am I able to tech up to tier 3 or tier 4 at this time? Or will I get overwhelmed by an enemy who doesn't do that and sticks with macroing up at tier 2 or tier 3 or whatever? Like that, giving them a little bit of opportunity to test that sort of thing out and get a feel for how expensive and like get a feel for timings and stuff. They could do that to a lesser extent without the ability to do what I'm talking about, without the ability to just straightforwardly play everything from the get-go. But I don't know that it would be nearly as straightforward, for lack of a better word. I don't know that they would be able to get an accurate feeling, right? Right, yeah, clearly. No, we were talking about a different kind of gimmick. Uh-oh. If config full toilet. Yes. Love that. I also kind of want the amount of structure and asphalt to sort of drift away and fade out as you go up the map. So it's like, because you're going into Zerg territory, so I would like it if it was like very limited, maybe to a couple, like 1 or 2 set pieces where it was like an infested area. Yeah, No kidding. Listen, that's not even the weirdest thing. There's like fanboy is exploding or something. Is exploding fan. I don't remember what it was. There's some crazy ass shit in there, man. From Todd Borden. Mesk thought it was hilarious when he found some other stuff. He found Reddit subreddit moderator or something. Just insane shit. Possible to infest other structures than just the CC? Not right now, but eventually we're going to turn infestation into a trait instead of a different unit ID. And all infested structures will spread creep, spawn larvae, and you'll have... you can only infest factories, production structures. So you'd be able to infest command center, barracks, factory, starport, captaincy, and eventually... What did I call it again? The tier 5 one? I must have closed the document there. And then obviously Gateway, Stargate, Robotics Facility, Nexus, all the morphs. The Nanite Assembly. There you go. And you'll be able to train infested Terrans from all of the infested Terran structures and infested Templar from all of the infested Protoss structures. It's a little weird to be able to do that from a robotics facility or a Nexus or something, but it's the only thing that made any sense beyond cutting infestation or turning it into like this insane feature creep where we make a new race called infested. Every function has a strange name in Toddborn RS. Get moderation stacks. Get spatula status. Death by dough status. Set void, by the way. Set void. Set good boy. Set frosted. Add N moderation stacks. I like that. Is death wishing. Yeah, that's is exploding. Has good boy. Add burn effect. Oh yeah, is blowing up Toddboard. For you. If you. I don't know why it's like that. Yeah, it's just goofy. Well, every time I say I don't know why Blizzard did something, I actually do know why, guys. Because they didn't know why. That's why. It's because they had no idea. They did not know what time it was. To quote the adage. Yeah. On top of all that you said, it's also basically a useless unit. And I can't believe that UED Commander used Warcraft 3 voice acting in his project. How embarrassing that is. Just a reminder in case anybody forgot. To destroy UED Commander. Right. Yeah, well, when you consider the opportunity cost of getting an infested command center to begin with, that's where it really falls apart. I mean, that overwhelms its cost in all other contexts. Doesn't matter how, like, it could be a free unit, completely free, that immediately appears. still is pretty challenging to get. All right. I think it's time for me to have some lunch. Gotta make a salad. You know how it is. And for the progress that we did make today, we did those doodads for Iquare, did the brush palette updates for desert and jungle, and got some pretty good structural setup for this map. At some point, I'm going to add Rainer's structure base. I'll put some structure down, and I'll figure out how I'm going to do Magistrate's base. A salad? Yeah, dude, it's a chicken salad. How soon will I make all infestation overlays? I want to infest Protoss. I mean, we could just use the infested command center overlay as a placeholder, so. What's up, Balethal? Coming in just in time to say goodbye. Good shit. I saw you posted an update to your map, though, so since you're here, I guess I can smash them. All right. Well, this definitely feels more like a dedicated passageway, which is cool. I do think that the thing that I really like about these side bases that you changed, where there used to be that solar plating on or solar panels on the islands. What I like about this is you can actually just walk past this area. Like, it doesn't feel nearly as ridiculous, or not ridiculous, but congested, right? Like previously, like looking at well, the really much older version of the map that was much smaller had like a base over here that was kind of like this, but it couldn't decide if it was a pathway or a base. You know what I mean? This one makes it seem like it's a pathway and it's a base, and I like that there's two ways into the natural in that sense. That'll be really neat. One thing I would suggest, though, is finding a different spot for the ramp behind blue and purple, because that angle is pretty tough to get any units through. Or you keep it where it is and move the move the blue and purple bases so that the resources are hugging the right side and left side respectively, the little corners over here, a little bit more. That might help it too, but just so that it resolves the angle a little bit. Like, you almost want to, similarly to how you made it so that this area over here, you can walk past the base into this base if you wanted to ignore it. Well, obviously you can't do that to the same degree in a main because it's guaranteed to have a player there. But imagine if I wanted to take some vultures and run them up this ramp and then run them down this ramp into this area to pick off some workers here. I can do that a lot better and treat this like a pathway or something a lot more if these minerals and gas are moved over a little bit. Like, this pathway is much more obvious. It's just like an L, an angled L, right? And it's like clear I can run up here and leave if I want to. And so that's where I like that a little bit, even though it's obviously a much wider, much longer pathway to get to there. I still feel like maybe this feels a little cramped, but I think it's fine in this particular context because you can just decide to wall that off if you want to as the teal player, like as the middle player. So I think that's probably fine. Otherwise, I like that there's like a implied pathway over here. Yeah, I think like this area over here is definitely going to be important for red to hold and for orange. I think you should probably reorient the players a little bit so that orange is where purple should be and purple is where orange should be if they're mirrored in that sense. Otherwise, yeah, I think, yeah, it's definitely come a long way. So. Other two overlays, yeah, one was for the depot and one was for the barracks or something, or the factory. I don't remember. Or, yeah, I don't remember exactly. Something like that. I would say it kind of feels a little weird to have a ramp over in this section, like this ramp over here to the right, that leads into a dead end basically, and then you have to go around. You might be able to make this a bit more interesting if you add some high structure over here and maybe a ramp that faces the bridge, so that when you go across this bridge, I think I called it a ramp earlier. If you go across this bridge, you can go up the ramp to get a tactical advantage, and then maybe go down another ramp to, like, that can be an angle and sort of offset the fact that it kind of spits you out staring at this wall. So it would basically be like, sort of like this, except like flipped a little bit, so that the short ramp was on this side and the wide ramp was on still where it is right now, I guess. So something like that might alleviate that angular aspect to it, so that it's not quite so off kilter, I guess. Otherwise, you definitely got to remember that the gases for... Yeah, blue and purple's gases are asymmetrical for sure. I would actually say that... Like, this is pretty important because you can siege this gas, whereas you can't siege that one. Otherwise, I'm trying to find any other asymmetries. I'd be careful with this gas too in the middle, because obviously it can also be sieged or ranged in some capacity. Same thing for this one. And that'll be it. I think that's all I got for you, really. I'll see about getting you a blend for this particular, a small blend for this particular tile. No problem, man. Looking forward to playing it in a couple days when we do Fraud Night. And feel free to obviously release it whenever you want, and maybe people will play it sooner than that. Yeah, no problem. Lard has released an update to include Warcraft 3 features and Starcraft 2. Yeah, it's pretty embarrassing. I mean, they're just porting features from Reforged at this point. But hey, whatever, man. Until they fix the AI and the data and the lag, like the performance, the game, it doesn't even enter into my mind when I think of viable titles for content production. All right, so I'm going to eat. I'm going to make that SCLP video, episode 6. We're going to smash through the Protoss campaign, hopefully get it all done. And otherwise, yeah, I think that's my plan for the rest of the day, honestly. So. What engine is worse, StarCraft 2 or Warcraft 3? I guess StarCraft 2, probably. Because even if you end up getting something playable, you can't play it because of performance. At least Warcraft 3 performed okay. So that's about it. Easy mode data editor. And on that note, bye.